Will Ronnie O'Sullivan become a 3-times champion here at the Rico, or can Kyren Wilson upset the odds and become the first player who hasn't won a world championship to lift the title here in Coventry? Well, O'Sullivan has the slight edge in the head-to-head and recently beat Wilson in the semi-final of the Shanghai Masters, but Wilson will have drawn confidence from beating Mark Williams, Judd Trump and Mark Allen to reach his first final at the Rico. It's the best of 19 frames to determine the winner of this year's Champion of Champions, and in the commentary box, Neil Folds is alongside Clive Everton. We'll hear from them shortly. First though, let's hand over to our MC Phil Seymour to introduce the players.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the ManBet X Champion of Champions here at the Rico Arena in Coventry. We began the week with 16 champions, we're down to just 2. This is the final and it's scheduled for 19 frames. It's time now to welcome out the players. We begin with the reigning Paul Hunter Classic champion, the former Shanghai Masters champion, the warrior, Kyren Wilson. And his opponent, the reigning UK champion, the 2-time champion of champions, and the 5-time champion of the world, the Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
The issue is simple. Will Ronnie O'Sullivan win his 3rd Champion of Champions title from his 5th CFC final? Or will Kyren Wilson win the most prestigious title of his fast developing career? It's always a big occasion when O'Sullivan plays, and it's a big occasion for Wilson.
The first frame, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
To beat O'Sullivan over 19 frames would be some feat. If there's a natural path round behind the back of the black and red, Wilson will go for this. So Sullivan's break-off shot is neither close enough to the door cushion nor sufficiently behind the green. Wilson's long potting is one of his great strengths.
Yes, Clive, and it's going to have to be very strong today if he's going to compete, but of course go on and win, which of course we know he can do. He doesn't start favourite in this final, clearly, but he's very strong mentally. And you feel that he has to start this match well.
Five.
He will have the utmost respect for O'Sullivan, but he won't be intimidated either by his skill or his aura.
Well, the angle is just taking him right away from the high value colours here. Question of whether he can hold for the blue. Well, the answer, not quite.
13.
It's going to take a good shot to get up onto a choice of a couple of reds, the one sticking out to the right or the one below the bunch. The cue ball has slid a little too low. There's the shot. If he gets it, it could be
17.
beneficial the way he plays it, but it's still got to be hit right. Gonna hit the edge of the bunch. Can't afford to miss.
Slightly overcut.
He was a little bit worried about both parts of it, Clive, wasn't he? The partner, the way that he just hit that end red. I don't think he was all that sure whether he'd get the pot and get position. I think the one thing you can say is that he's playing a man, Sullivan, whose cue ball control is absolutely immaculate and always has been. That's the one aspect of Kyren Wilson's game that he's probably not going to compete with O'Sullivan, to be honest. Plenty of other ways that he can.
One.
O'Sullivan's going for his 66th title as a professional, 33 of which have been in ranking events. Big surprise.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
Yeah, it's just a black off the spot, although he was trying to do something with the cue ball. You don't expect him to miss all that many blacks off the spot. Over the course of a season, it would be a handful, I should think, that were like that.
One.
It was tricky to get well on the ping. He should be able to drop this in.
Well, he's going to have to drop it in, isn't he? There's not much else he can do with it. And there are degrees of difficulty in doing that. Can't really play it any other way. Actually trying to get a little bit of stun on this. Didn't want the cue ball to go too far. So, lose his second chance. You can just
7.
forget about the first opportunity that he missed. If he scores here, that will be gone.
8.
I know that was easy. He is some rest player. I'll tell you, I've not seen anyone play shots with the rest like him. I mean, that was clearly not one that was going to be a problem. I don't think I've seen him miss one all season.
$15. $16.
And there's the example of the lack of touch he showed there. Unfortunately, wasn't difficult to get top side of the blue. Makes his life much easier when he gets there. Now he's got to play all around the table. Yes, and that's an error which has brought about the need to pot a very more difficult red now, which probably shouldn't have been the
21.
case.
Wilson's very good at that
22.
sort of rescue pot when he's somewhat out of position.
Yes, he is good at them. He tends to have to play them quite a lot, but his temperament is very sound, which helps. Tends not to let it bother him when he gets out of position.
$27. $28.
Nicely judged, Cannon.
35.
Yes, and there'll be another one here. Top spin through the bunch, I think. He'll be happy enough with that, I think.
36.
Closing in on winning the frame. He's had a few looks at the scoreboard, another one there. So this black and one more red, and it's the kind of start he wanted.
The opening having been gifted to him by O'Sullivan missing black off the spot.
43. $44. $50.
Didn't expect him to miss
Wilson,
that, but it
50.
shouldn't make any difference. O'Sullivan needs snookers.
Yes,
One.
Clive, it was the final piece of the jigsaw though, wasn't it? If that red goes in, Sullivan is only carrying on if he does at all to hit balls and get used to the table. And there's always an outside chance of pinching a frame like this. Nothing more than that. 2 snookers.
8. Nine. $15.
Although he's taken the pink, it's still only 2 snookers. I say only.
Foul.
Make
Ronnie
that 3.
O'Sullivan 15, Kyren Wilson 4. Frame conceded, frame Kyren Wilson.
So largely through a 50 break and a couple of O'Sullivan errors, Kyren Wilson leads by a frame to 0. That's the Champion of Champions trophy they're playing for.
The second frame, Kyren Wilson to break.
Also a first prize of £100,000 with 50,000 going to the runner-up. It went on the safety, but the red is nudged towards the left corner.
Yes, Clive, it's one of those shots he's probably got to play, but he might not fancy very much. The cue ball is not really under much control. It's heading, you would think, somewhere in towards the bunch.
Terribly difficult to play it that slow as he had to if he was going to retain black ball position.
It's a very brave shot to play, isn't it? You know, I mean, you're putting all your faith in the table, which I think held up well under pressure there. Went in a straight line, but in a kind of pot that was not hanging over the pocket.
Eight. Nine.
O'Sullivan is a master of opening the bunch while retaining position on a red that is already loose, although others have been developed into potable positions, like that one.
17. $22.
It's like Grimace, he didn't play that perfectly. He's able to just miss the red below it.
23.
He's got to come straight back at Kyren Wilson, punish him for his mistake. Not got the best of angles on this black. It's just off straight. It's just top side of being straight. And you can do a little bit less with this than any other angle. Really using pace. It's nicely done, actually. It's a good shot, you know. It's better than it looks to finish in that area.
$31. $38. $39. $45.
I think Ronnie's looking at getting this bunch open
46.
again. There's only one more open red. He could come off the right edge of the bunch. He's a master at these shots. Because clearly what's out in the open is not enough to win the frame. Got the perfect angle anyway to go into them again. Waiting one. It's a question of whether the red goes just below
53.
the pink, actually. It might change his decision. He'll go from certain areas.
54.
Well, he's held the spot, I think. A little bit close to it. Goodness, this is tight. Tried to
60.
hold it.
61.
Ooh. Well, no one expected
Ronnie
him to
O'Sullivan,
miss the pink,
61.
but in the end he was pleased that He ran round the table and prevented the cue ball opening the bunch.
That was what you call a near miss, wasn't it? Surprised that Ronnie didn't go into the bunch when he had the chance there. There clearly were not enough reds out in the open to win the frame at that visit. Anyway, he got away with it. Kyren missed that red by a mile.
When O'Sullivan missed the pink, he needed only one more red in addition to clinch the frame.
He's been lucky here, O'Sullivan, the last two shots. Didn't have any knowledge of that going in. Well, he's still plot another ball, and if he takes the brown, he needs another colour, another red rather. Well, the options, he could put something safe. Didn't go for the pot there.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
Still possible for Wilson to pull this frame out of the fire. With that safety, may have attempted to develop the black, which is no use to him where it is. O'Sullivan just needs one more red now.
He's got there in the end. This wasn't quite the end to a frame that O'Sullivan would have liked.
3.
He's scrambling around, trying to get into the bunch off the pink, which was a difficult shot. Fluked the red. Anyway, well, it won't matter at the end of the day how you win the early frames, as long as you win them.
4. Nine. 10.
Although O'Sullivan won 5 titles last season, he's still looking for
15.
ways to improve his game, and he's enlisted the help of Steve Feeney at Sight Right, who was so influential in Mark Williams winning the world
O'Sullivan
title
15
last
and a
spring.
frame.
Anyway, O'Sullivan's 61 break wasn't quite enough, but he potted the necessary extra balls later, and it's 1-all. O'Sullivan warming his hands on a cup of coffee.
Okay, frame 3.
Capacity crowd
Ronnie
to watch
O'Sullivan
this
to bat.
final. Crowds have been excellent all week, and not just for O'Sullivan's matches. And this time O'Sullivan hasn't left the half ball red to right corner. Trips the brown smack on the nose, which was why the cue ball didn't reach the ball cushion and make this a much better safety. Well, I don't know whether the chime put O'Sullivan off, but I think he had time to stop and readdress the cue ball.
One or two little announcements, I think, being made because the Wasps are playing here today, the rugby, and it's just making its way into the arena. Those announcements, those chimes.
Just give me 1 second. Can you just check that door in
The
the slash
Rico
door and
is
shut the
obviously
TV
not just a
combat?
snooker going on here, Clive. They play football here and rugby here and all kinds of stuff.
Well, O'Sullivan took it all in good part anyway. Irritating though.
I know, I know. Nice if they give us 5 minutes, won't it?
Well, announcer stops play.
Five. Six.
Well, he can play for the red to the left of the pink if the black is straight enough. If it's not quite straight enough, he can open the bunch.
Question of if he wants to go open the bunch from the black or screw back for the blue.
13.
Oh, again,
14.
he's not hit that right. He might have an angle to come in and out of bulk and do it, but that's no way what he meant. Middle of left-hand running side here at pace.
No good.
No, the shot before wasn't good enough. He's going to have to brush up on
19.
his touch. You know, it was imperative he was top side of the blue to get into the bunch there. But I'm sure he's aware that
Kyren Wilson,
for
19.
all his willing and the way he cues, he shouldn't have been there trying to open the bunch. And chances do not come along all the time against Ronnie O'Sullivan.
O'Sullivan unable to put Wilson under any pressure with that safety.
Interesting to see how he gets back to bulk here. Pink and the black, quite wide target. He doesn't want to hit on the way through. And they were there. He's almost ignored the fact that they were there. That was not an easy safety shot he was trying.
Wilson normally very good with the rest, but not that time.
It's one of the first I've seen him miss. And it was difficult, I admit. He got absolutely nowhere near it, actually.
One. Five. Six.
Well, he's going to have to try and win the frame without the use of the black. I don't see him getting that into the game anytime soon.
Twelve. $13. 19. 20. 12. 26. $27.
Well, there's two reds both available. He made a calculated
33.
risk there to play on this one with the rest. He doesn't use it all that often these days. The fact that he plays left-handed on shots.
$34.
I think that maybe he's just settling into the match. He was a little edgy at the beginning, I thought, even in that second frame.
40.
Sometimes you can feed on one or two errors by your opponent. And Kyren has had a couple of chances already this frame.
It's
Really
41.
taken advantage of. Just gone a bit far here. It's a wonderful asset to have though, isn't it? That left-handed shot that he plays. He doesn't just play easy shots. And that was a good little shot to
47.
play if you were a left-hander.
$48.
O'Sullivan once won a Premier League semi-final against Peter Ebdon, playing every shot left-handed.
That's a nice cannon too. He's taken these well, as I say. Kyren Wilson will need to up his game here because O'Sullivan is just
54.
warming to the task. 35 the difference. Two reds, well, one now that he's spotted that one.
55.
Should be enough.
Quietly,
60.
methodically, O'Sullivan has worked himself into a position where he just needs a red and colour to clinch the frame.
61.
Now, where's his colour coming?
Well, that's a big disappointment to him because all of that room he had. Goodness, he's looking at the blue. That's a risk that he doesn't need to take. Terrific shot though.
Well, what made that an especially good shot was the mess that he made of the previous one. He wouldn't have been human
66.
if he hadn't thought, I should have won the frame by now.
$67.
And the possibility of a century emerges.
Yes, and it's been a kind of break where he's had to think quite a few of the shots through. As I said, black never available.
69. $70.
If O'Sullivan could make the century, it would be his 9th of the tournament.
74.
And it would be
76.
one more small step towards 1,000 centuries.
79.
He stands on 965 at the start of play today.
83. $88. $94.
Very unusual to be in this position for a century.
Ronnie O'Sullivan,
No
94
century.
on the frame.
But the 94 break secures O'Sullivan a 2-1 lead. Best of 19. O'Sullivan leads 2-1. Missed the last black for a century in the last frame. It was awkward though.
Frame 4. Kyren Wilson to break.
It's very early in the match, but I have to say I think he needs this frame, Kyren Wilson, quite badly. His memory of the defeat at the English Open last year, where Ronnie just almost run roughshod over and beat him 9-2. He really has to avoid that happening again.
Everybody knows what a great front runner O'Sullivan is. If he gets a couple of frames in front, he often plays better and better. Directly behind either yellow or green is often a very good spot for a safety. But in this case, O'Sullivan was just able to get to the edge of the bunch.
Foul. Kyren
But
Wilson.
going into a pocket makes a difference. A red from distance is much easier from the balk line than the jaws of a balk pocket. This cloth very fast for the last few rolls.
One.
Yeah, I think Ronnie was a little surprised how far that key ball went. As you say, the table is very quick.
8.
Kyren said, I think, he said it was the quickest table he'd ever played on last night. And now he's got this chance. He really has to score. He really has to punish.
9. $16. $17. 24. $25.
Oh dear.
Kyren Wilson, 25.
Unbelievable, isn't it? He's furious with himself. I think he was just probably thinking about just swinging that cue ball around the back of the red and forgot the obvious bit.
Wilson did, though, miss a couple of similar blacks to that in the early stages of his semi-final against Mark Allen yesterday. Unforced errors can be so significant.
That was a calculated risk there, and he's played it well.
8.
The bottom red goes. He could have landed on the one that he nudged into as well. Played into an area.
$9.
And that was a good shot as well. He's opened up reds. You feel that he could be one key shot away from a substantial break. If he could just get from colour to red, there's nothing to stop him scoring.
$11.
And the red that's at the bottom now
12.
of the bunch, when that's potted, everything goes to the right corner. So it changes everything as far as this frame is concerned. He's very good at playing on balls that change configuration of the reds.
19.
He's got options aplenty. Miss a black off the
20.
spot. Your opponent doesn't make anything from it. It doesn't really matter, but Kyren Wilson is sitting there realising that it was a very costly error.
$27. 28.
So that's the red I was speaking about. Now they all go.
$35. $36.
I won't be pleased with that. He's gone a little bit too far. Could go all around the table. Got to miss a bulk colour. Very good shot. It's not right behind the red, but he
43.
given where he was, he'll settle for where he's ended up.
$44.
Back in ideal position.
$51. 52. $59.
So I need 2 more reds.
$60.
Ronnie just check to see where the pink will go. If it can't spot it, will go below the second red. Yep, so Ronnie was ahead of the game there. What I've seen so far, it's kind of small sample size, 4 frames of a match, but it's kind of how we
66.
expected it to go. Kyren has competed in everything but his ability to break build as
67.
well as O'Sullivan, which is where so many other players have struggled in the past. He's a class act when he's in amongst them.
73.
Wilson did make it a 50 break in the first frame,
74.
but O'Sullivan had runs of 61 and 94 in the second and third. And now,
80.
in the fourth, he's in pursuit of a century again.
Yeah, but what will hurt him more, Clive, is hitting 2 of those frames he's been in
82.
first. Can do nothing when your opponent pots a long red and clears, but he's had chances.
85. $89. $94.
O'Sullivan's 9th century of the tournament, 966 to his career.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 107 on the
He
frame.
clears up with 107 and leads by 3 frames to 1 at the mid-session interval.
Welcome back to the final of the Champion of Champions. It's the mid-session interval. Ronnie O'Sullivan 3-1 up against Kyren Wilson with 5 more frames to come this afternoon in this best of 19 frames match. Taking us through to the end of the session, your commentators Phil Yates and Alan McManus. First though, here's Phil Seymour to reintroduce the players.
It's the Man X Champion of Champions final. The Rocket leads 3-1. Would you welcome back your match referee Paul Collier, the Warrior Kyren Wilson, and the Rocket Ronnie O'Sullivan.
I think everyone would agree that the mid-session interval came at a better time for Wilson than it did for O'Sullivan. A natural break in proceedings. Has it broken
Thank you, frame 5. Ronnie O'Sullivan.
O'Sullivan's momentum, because in the 2 frames immediately before the break, I thought he started to look really good.
Yeah, straight off the bat, another example of the cue ball control of O'Sullivan, half ball yellow. Will he choose to attack the bunch? There again, loose red. Top side of it, and you can pretty much guarantee he'll get the optimum angle on this next black.
Four.
Almost wants to just slide off and use the right side cushion here with the cue ball. There you go, the slide off it. Trying to push a couple of reds out. A wee bit unlucky.
11. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 11.
Just the old Cliff Thorburn dump shot. Simple to play. Not exactly a penetrating safety, but sometimes needs must. One thing that Wilson's got to tell himself is that he's withstood an O'Sullivan barrage before. When they met in the Northern Ireland Open in Belfast a couple of years ago, Wilson led 3-0. O'Sullivan came back to 3-3 with a trio of century breaks. You thought he was a certainty to win, but Wilson had the wherewithal to dominate the decider, making a 70 break. It's little positives like that, Alan, that he needs to cling on to.
Yeah, he has to cling on to something, Wilson, because say a couple of frames before the interval, Ronnie really started getting in the groove. It's again, this is a clever shot, just dead weight in the red. And this black cushion. Interesting to see whether Kyren
Wilson, 4.
Decides to take this red to the far green pocket. Probably not. Yeah, it looks like he's having a go, probably thinking, Ronnie having played the shot already, he'd probably get it right second time round.
Go back.
Yeah, it was a tough red he was contemplating, so let's see how Ronnie deals with this time.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, Kyren.
Yeah, anything but half ball on the red.
Foul and a miss.
Now,
Kyren Wilson, 4.
will he change his shot if he's put back, because Ronnie can see a red full ball, I believe.
Back. Okay then.
There's the warning.
Yeah, I knew that was. Have you got it on there just to check, Desi? Yeah. Once we agree, I'll warn you. Not got it?
Yeah, just checking the first attempt
Control from
by
TV,
Ronnie
it's
if they
not
can,
out.
just to see if he can see that red on the right wing, full ball.
Because I did look to make sure you couldn't see that red just left of the bunch, so it was only that one. Oh, right, yeah. I mean, I've gauged it more or less on that mark, so I had something to go by, but...
Nice that by Ronnie.
Yeah.
I think he said to
Okay.
Paul, I don't want to gain
If I have to call
advantage.
a miss this time,
He
we'll
wants
lose
to
the
make sure. And he has been warned.
And you would think, surely, down the years, no one would have missed the reds when they've been warned about missing them for a third time, but it happens more than you think.
You talk about creative. That is creative in a nutshell, that shot. Very clever. He looks away. I think he might have left the red to left middle. Yeah, disappointed he is.
Well, if O'Sullivan was disappointed, Wilson will be positively dejected. His pot success rate, Kyren, 80%. That will not cut the mustard.
One.
Sometimes when a cue ball gets trapped in the jaws of a pocket, it can be a handicap, a hindrance. There, it was a great help, as it's turned out.
Eight. Nine.
Yeah, just going to push through the red there. It wasn't. The cue ball was always going to spit back at him, but a difficult red cut to right
16.
middle. Now this is a big shot. Where the reds are.
In defence of my
17.
co-commentator, that was difficult. You might not think so, but it was.
It was. You can see there how blind it was.
22.
Yeah, just trying to stay on black. Doesn't want to put the pink on its spot just yet. Probably play for blue off this. Red and bulk helps him. Yes, he doesn't want the pink just yet.
23.
Don't miss a trick.
$28. 29. 36. 37. 44.
I always look for the little minute
45.
details in players' mannerisms, techniques and things. Ronnie, just before address, gives his cue a little swipe. It's almost just to get himself set on the shot. It's about an extra half a second, but you'll see it. Little swipe of the cue, there it is. And then he goes.
50.
Still little mannerisms change.
51.
There it is again. No, not happy. Reset and back in.
I think the reset was for a distant siren.
58. 59.
And those alarm bells are going for Kyren, there's no doubt about that. Whenever I see how Sullivan play these days, Alan, one thought
66.
always gets into the back of my mind. What's it going to be like without him? It will not be
67.
the same. Okay, the cliches about no player's bigger than the game and all that kind of stuff, but when he's gone, boy, will we miss him.
$73. 74.
See if he'll play a little sneaky cannon on the brown off this. Yeah, I think he's played it. He's not going to make the journey, but perfect again. Gorgeous touch.
81. 82. 86.
No century, but the Ronnie O'Sullivan juggernaut just keeps rolling on and on. That's 4 frames in succession, and it is a 4-1 lead. That's the silverware on offer for the winner of the Manbet X Champion of Champions of 2018.
Kyren Wilson to break.
This is the first session, best of 19 frames. The champion will be crowned this evening. And in order for Kyren Wilson to go into the evening session in front, he has to win each of the next 4 frames. If O'Sullivan were to win them, that basically would be that. There's Kyren's parents. Must be very proud, although at the moment they must also be a little concerned.
Oh dear. Oh, flick on the brown has saved him. Fortunate there, Kyren. Yeah, and it's difficult to even play the little swerve side cushion first and nestle behind this red. He's going all guns blazing, having a pop at this. Oh, you can't pot that, surely.
The cueing here was just liquid gold. Through the cue ball with such authority.
And there wasn't any panic, there wasn't a hint of panic about the way he struck it, he just stroked it home.
Six.
I think he can pot this red with side, but of course that limits his positional options.
Yeah, see, even at 4-1 up, Ronnie doesn't want to give away any freebies. His opponent, is just how much he can squeeze past this first red. He in some way has to manipulate the cue ball with a flick of left, but at pace it's not easy. Now, not only does he want to, well, he'll obviously cover this red over the pocket, he wants to stop Kyren getting at the red with the yellow.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 6.
Has he managed it? He just about has. You see that? He's trying to use the yellow. Not just cover the red, but use the yellow so that Kyren can't get any access to the red.
One.
Yeah, always look borderline the cannon, but having knocked the red in. We know what he's like with these long blues to bulk pockets. Black might just squeeze past. Just whether he can reach it, he won't like playing it with the rest. Blue is awkward bridging.
In the history of the game, I will defy anyone to say anyone has been better at that shot than him. He's unbelievable. Right from the time he turned professional at 16 to now at the age of 42.
Seven.
Well, lots of cracking pots so far in this frame, but unusually just can't quite seem to get right into the heart of the balls.
Twelve. $13.
Looks not a bad kiss, Alan.
Yeah, as far as to say, I think that was an occasion where the player deserves a bit of luck. He spotted 3 or 4 superb little shots to keep this going. As Brown goes in, expect him to be in decent position, just playing for almost a low blue here with the cue ball, but no Brown. Now Kyren.
Ronnie O'Sullivan,
There's
13.
a rare chance for you, having Ronnie missed in tight, so
Wilson has got to start capitalising. Perturbed every time he misses. Not used to it.
One.
yeah, it's not easy to drop on one. I wonder if he's going to play this with a bit of pace now. Pink full in the face with a deep screw. I think that's what he'll play. I say, not easy to drop. And a red, oh yeah, he's played that well, deserves to be on one. That should be good enough. Black's
6.
not easy following this red, but good thing, nothing really to do with the cue ball.
Seven.
Kai, you cannot miss that in
Kyren
any
Wilson,
company.
7.
Dear me.
If his 3 previous victims in this tournament are watching this match, they will all be thinking, why didn't he do this against me?
purchase he got in that
One.
cue ball was sweet as a bun. He almost hit it too well. That's why he's almost had a little chuckle at himself. Played it so well. It's good this, isn't it? Taking his time. He's probably got about 3 or 4 different ways he can play this. He's just computing in his mind, what's the best option? What shot gives me the best chance to get on a red?
It's one of those awkward frames. Everything they try, not quite coming off. Knowledgeable crowd here at the Ricoh Arena. No, that was another really good shot. When cue ball and object ball are so close together, it's all a matter of judgment. And that was right into the heart of the pocket.
Yeah, this is probably thinner than it looks. Just wants to be able to avoid the yellow. Might have to put some work on the cue ball. See, the yellow was in play there.
$11.
Even though he didn't pot it, that's one of the best shots O'Sullivan's played thus far. Tremendous cueing again. Disappointed going back to his chair, but he's in control of this frame, albeit only a 23 lead. Interesting angle this red he's taking on. Doesn't want to miss it thick. Misses it thick and brings the blue into play. Love to pot it, obviously. Yeah, that's kind of why I think he sort of just erred on the thin side there. Don't blame him for that. Just keeping the pressure on Kyren. Is it a plant? It's the juice on the cue ball here. Perfect grab on it. And being what I sometimes call a hybrid lefty, Ronnie. This ain't any any issue at all. Dear. You talk about the curse.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 6.
No wonder he's laughing. Just could be doing with knocking something in now, Kyren Wilson. Taking this on, bump of the middle pocket could come into play. Just avoided it.
1.
Throughout the course of this tournament, he's rolled up behind ball colours really efficiently.
Kyren Wilson, 1.
And again, there was no point in being too delicate there. Just did what he got to do.
Foul. And a miss. Kyren Wilson, 4. Back.
Well, the original shot for O'Sullivan, he missed it by a whisker. The danger, of course, Alan, when you play this shot and you adjust, is that you over-adjust.
Yeah, missed it by a whisker. So. Just
I know it's just
explaining
off the ball
saying
line.
to the ref he's going
I
to
know
play the
it's just off
same
ball line
shot,
where you
so
played up to the green. I looked
makes
from the
no
side, but
great deal of
back
difference.
a bit.
Actually, the shot he's playing here, I sometimes think it's not so much you change the line, you just maybe change the pace of the cue ball. Maybe even a bit more side, a bit less side. I think the line will be the same. We'll just manipulate the cue ball. And he's played it softer. Straight in.
Foul. And a miss. Kyren Wilson, 4.
Well, actually, once he'd missed the red, going in off was fortunate because had he caught the far jaw and bounced back, it would have been a chance for his opponent. Mind you, with the cue ball being in bulk, there is a chance, but from distance.
One.
Well, normally at this stage of a match, Kyren Wilson's pot success rate with the rest is 100%. He's missed one today.
Three. 4. Nine.
What a disjointed frame it's been. We haven't seen too many of those in this tournament. We haven't seen a frame yet lengthier than half an hour in the entire event. This could be the first.
Kyren Wilson, 9.
Yeah, that little 12-point lead that Ronnie's got right now could come in handy. Obviously, he'd love to win the frame at his visit, but where the black and pink are, he's an even bigger favourite than it would appear O'Sullivan. And with his famed cue ball control, you fancy him dropping nice on this red near the right corner. And that is A1, perfect again.
3.
14 in blue is 20. So, sorry, 14 red and blue is 20. So big favourite, as I say, just
4.
hoping to get top side. He's well, just about. He's going to have to go side cushion, side cushion. Perhaps just try and force it off one and disturb the red. Yeah.
Nine.
Not mathematically frame ball this, but effectively.
Yeah, been a few murmurs about the size of the pockets, but just watch here. They're not big at all. The thing is, if he plays it with any pace and touches the cushion, and he's even refusing it, I think this is good thinking. It's because of where the pink and black are. He's in complete control. Shove the red into the ball, snooker your opponent, and let him make the first move. Good thinking that. Oh, this is clever too. Trying to get the red in open play, not just get the snooker.
Cheers, Kyren. Foul. And a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
Not even bothering to get out of his chair, O'Sullivan. Just nods, yes, put the cue ball back, please. No brainer.
Touch this
Classy
way.
by Kyren. He's hurting himself, telling the referee just a touch to our left as we see it.
Okay, Ronnie.
You're going to have to just jack the button there, just a fraction here to get the side on it.
Foul. And a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan, full. Back.
You see, you go back to the decision that Ronnie, whenever he had that red along the black cushion and he had a decision to make, take it on or play a guaranteed good safety shot. And it was a brilliant decision that he made.
Okay.
Past the pocket, a source of relief for him.
As I say, brilliant decision made earlier by Ronnie, just based on the fact that the pink and black are out of play. And yet still making sure he plays the correct shot every time. Wonder if Kyren might shove the red into pink and black here. It's a calculated risk. He's definitely looking at it. Yeah. Red into black and pink. Obviously he's got no real idea where the red's going to finish, but it's probably worth playing. Yeah, good shot. I'll be back. Yeah, unfortunate where the pink's gone. Top of the table by Ronnie. He can be considering taking this on dead weight. Well, not dead weight, but trying to pot it. Probably not. Probably push the red back up.
Not his favourite kind of frame, this, but they all count the same.
One.
Superb pot from Wilson, and now pink and black. They've been O'Sullivan's friends for quite some time, and they remain so.
Yeah, he's so dangerous, Kyren, with that type of shot, that red. Especially since he's been sat out for the majority of the last 3 or 4 frames.
Three. Five.
If he clears the colours, he will win the frame by a couple of points. But it's a big if.
Yeah, good thing is you would expect them to get green, brown and blue, so then he'd be one behind. That would mean Ronnie would then need the black.
Eight.
Sorry, my mistake. He's now 20 behind. He obviously needs a lot. Ronnie just needs a ball. But all about this shot now. Get nice top side of blue. Once again, just let
12.
down by his cue ball.
The first frame over half an hour all week.
17. Kyren Wilson, 17.
Such an important frame now.
Clearly, he wants to take the pink on here, Ronnie O'Sullivan. One good thing about it, if he were to miss it, he'd probably miss it thick, so the pink does have a chance of coming away from the pocket. If he were to miss it. You see, the pink now comes away. So that was a good piece of thinking, that. Kyren almost forced into taking the pot on here. The safety's just as difficult.
Well, almost maximum distance between cue ball and object ball.
Yeah, the one thing that I don't think Ronnie will be doing is playing the pink on the right half of the table. I want to give Kyren a chance to just promote the black. Well, he has done, and that was always going to be dangerous. Looks like the angle is to top this through and hopefully try and push the black somewhere into the open. Yeah, just potted it thin.
6.
I know exactly why he's laughing, because the safety here is very difficult and unusual when players hardly ever get this shot. Be at all surprised if he took the pot on. Yeah, deciding against it, but as I say, it's such an unusual shot. This he'd probably play this, if you're lucky, once every couple of years. This type of shot, a black ball game. He's just uncertain of how the black's going to react if he was to thin it. He's taking it on.
Kyren Wilson, 6.
Well, the consolation for Wilson, this is not a gimme, not in any form. Tense out there.
Yeah, middle for diddle. Big shot now.
We knew before he did that the black was going in. It just veered marginally towards the near jaw, but thankfully for O'Sullivan, it toppled into the pocket. He's 5-1 ahead, and he's guaranteed to lead going into this evening. Welcome back to the Ricoh Arena, where we've just seen a monumental, a gargantuan frame in this Champion of Champions final. Ronnie O'Sullivan 5-1 ahead. Kyren Wilson fought so hard to try and salvage frame 6, nearly did so, but on the black, O'Sullivan knocked it to a middle pocket just about.
Okay.
3 frames left. Minimum requirement for Wilson.
Thank
he has
you,
to win
frame
2
7.
of them. Has to.
Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
That's better.
Much
One.
better.
Six. Seven.
Well, he's playing the deep screw into the pack. This could stick. You see, that can stick playing it like that. That should be a glancing blow with a stun off the wing ball for me.
14.
See the top red as we see it there? That's the one he should be playing the cannon on, I felt.
His scoring has been subdued, Wilson, apart from a 50 break in the first
Kyren
frame.
Wilson 14.
Nothing of any note. And you can't beat O'Sullivan with bits and pieces.
Interesting here, Ronnie. 2 reds that he can play. He wants to play the one that's in the open because it keeps everything nice and tight. That's what he's played. I say nice and tight, it keeps the pack tight. Almost inviting Kyren to make the first move. Push some reds into play, I think. I think Kai here just again thin off this red. Keep things tight for a few shots. Yep, he's going full bore. He's going to push the reds into the open. Black could get tied up. Yeah, he got them thin enough, but middle bump. And he's left one, but it's not a sitter, far from it, and I don't think positionally there's anything that follows it. You see that little move by Ronnie in the last shot he played, playing the red, the thin one in the open, keep things tight, force Kyren to make the first move. Oh, what a shot. What a pot.
One.
O'Sullivan hoping this is not a replica of the previous frame where he potted some tremendous balls early on, but just couldn't quite get into prime position. Again, after a pot of that nature, he deserved a lot better than he's got.
Yeah, and spending a lot of time picking his spot up here. I would actually think, just looking at the shape of everything, maybe behind green would be better. Why don't they cover this red nearest the left corner with the yellow?
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
And he has, he's covered it. Only just, but just is enough. Yeah, back to the graft. Back up into bulk. Where's my spot?
The only other time they've played in a final, it was more about inspiration than perspiration. O'Sullivan won 9-2, made 3 centuries, 4 centuries, and 5 other breaks over 50. He was simply brilliant that day. Last season's English Open final in Barnsley. Today he's been so intense. Clearly he wanted badly, Alan.
Yeah, I think the last year's final did hurt him, didn't it? We've seen it in the last shot he played, missing that green to left middle against Sean. Good to see Ronnie O'Sullivan enjoy the battle. Half ball, plenty of pace, spin the cue ball over the top of the reds. Oh, this is super. Very good. Cue ball probably travelled the best part of 28-30 feet there. He landed it within a couple of mil of the bulk cushion.
Well, the mistake is forced, but Wilson has been fortunate there. Multiple kisses, but nothing easy left.
It's another lesson for every player on the tour, this 5-1 in front and taking his time over every shot. No let up. Oh.
he keeps putting balls like this, if I was the engraver, I might be tempted to start work.
You have a thought to think about it. It's value. Maximum value out of that shot. Not leaving anything on. Well, possibly a shot to nothing, but is he always searching for value? He'd have been aware playing for pink. Pink goes on its spot. Red's like a cherry tree, and he's off again.
Seven. Eight. $13. $14.
Something else. The last, half a dozen safety shots, he took his time on every one of them. He gets
20.
in amongst the reds, and he switches his mind into scoring mode and starts picking up the pace.
$21.
Yeah, just someone stood up in the crowd. Just right behind Ronnie's eye line. And he's doing the right thing, having a wander round the table. Yeah, reset.
And in a cathedral-like atmosphere such as this, where there's no noise whatsoever, movement is a lot more off-putting than people shouting out.
$25.
Once again,
26.
the purchase he gets in the cue ball playing that is fabulous. Cue ball 4 or 5 inches from the cushion. Didn't appear to cue all that deep. It was the sweetness of the strike which got the cue ball where he needed it. There's been a lot of hard graft by
31.
Ronnie last couple of frames.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 31.
Couldn't quite get into his normal rhythm.
Sure. 1.
The problem to solve here, of course, is that unusual cluster of 4 reds over on the left-hand side of the table.
7.
I think he's got a little plan for 2 shots time here, Kyren. Pot the black, get a low. He may have felt he got a little kick on that. Hard to tell, but anyway, the plan was get low in this next red and bring the others into play. I don't know if he can do that now. Yeah, he's going to have to come high on the red.
$15.
Now we know he's got an issue with his shoulder. He was telling us about that last night. So that shot might have felt uncomfortable.
16.
Went over on the shoulder when he was playing indoor football about 10 days ago.
Yes, I don't think he can screw in behind them. He'll be topping this on and off the cushion. Well, he feels he can. He'll have to get a lot of grab on this cue ball and quickly. It just looked like it was going to miss them top side.
$23.
I don't know. I don't know if there was an awful lot of
Carl
value in
Wilson,
taking that
23.
red on. Yeah, let's say he pots it. The cue ball's going to come back up near the left side cushion. Where's his next red going to come from? Just suffering a bit right now, says Kai.
One.
Yeah. 2 cushions. Second one just above the middle pocket. Oh, he's caught the bump. Just didn't quite get the side on it.
6. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 6.
3 reds left. 1 point divides. Another frame late on in the balance.
Yeah, good shot that, Kyren Wilson. That was quite deliberate. Wanted to cover the lower half of that red, left of the black. Stop the return. Ronnie's got to come up with something. Yeah, he was in trouble there, Ronnie O'Sullivan. That was a superb shot that Kyren played. And he's earned himself a chance. When we know what his long game's like normally, he has to knock this in.
Yes, the red the cue ball's closest to won't quite sneak past the green, so having to rely on his lengthy range potting, which is normally tremendous. Well, when he got in the previous frame, the pink and the black always looked like being stumbling blocks. This time, no obvious reason why he shouldn't clear.
Yeah, key shot coming up, needs a good angle. And he'll either play for blue or a deep screw for green.
6.
We know the red doesn't pass. Yeah, good decision. Very good. Playing for green. Excellent.
7. Ten. Eleven.
Ahead.
15.
So just the bulk colours needed.
17.
To win a frame that for Wilson was absolutely imperative.
$20.
He was responsible for a telling safety, and when he got the chance, he grabbed it.
29.
And snooker matches can quickly change. If he wins the last couple of frames of the afternoon, he's right back in it.
Kyren Wilson
is the fighter. His nickname is the Warrior, and there he fought very hard to stem the O'Sullivan tide. 5-2. Have we just seen the commencement of a Wilson fight back?
Okay. Frame 8. Kyren Wilson to break.
It was a really good safety at just the right time that set up the chance which he took. And now Wilson looking to consolidate. Get a little closer still. The last couple of frames have lasted an hour combined. I was about to say maybe they've affected O'Sullivan's rhythm, but conversely, they might have affected Wilson's as well. Now that's what he didn't get in each of the previous two frames from really good pots. The benefits of a kindly kiss.
Yeah, once again it was the purchase on the cue ball going very deep on it and smoothly through it, so already, I mean, only one shot in that looks a decent chance to get going. Clever as well, playing for straight in the red, can get to the black from that.
7.
Ronnie being Ronnie, he'll just notice that the black's not quite on its spot, it's just off the spot, so it's just a small difference. If and when he plays position on the red, the one near the black cushion.
Eight.
Yeah, he sorted it out, low black punch for the top one. Nice and straight, drop it in, and the black then is in the spot. Little more options. He seems
15.
to understand everything that goes on down this end.
16.
Cue ball tight as a drum.
$23. $24.
Yeah, little almost banana off the edge of the pack here. Catch them a glancing blow and get the cue ball to grab on the second spin. Oh, good shot. Played it well, just could never be sure of the reaction. Still on
31.
one. So he was just trying to get the second piece of spin here, but didn't quite grab it. Recovery pot needed.
So many examples of supreme cueing this afternoon, and there is yet another. A thing of beauty.
What a shot that
39.
was. Mark Allen actually played one very similar earlier in the week, didn't he? Mark being a lefty. Ronnie, you'd say, is a lefty. Deep screw. That's a bit unfortunate.
41.
I don't think even Ronnie O'Sullivan will be coming in and out of baulk playing the blue, so I don't think there's any reds on. Just dropping it. Has he been? Oh yeah, he's got the button there, he's going to try. Yeah, that was not easy.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 41.
Case there of a fluke actually hurting, because had the second red hit the jaw and stayed over the pocket, it would have been O'Sullivan's life made a lot simpler.
Struck it well, Ronnie, but just bridging over the yellow did for him just there, so a golden chance here for Kyren to just mount this counter-attack.
One.
There's one awkward red, the obviously awkward blue. Apart from that,
8.
it's a very agreeable table.
Nine. $16. 17.
Goes without saying, it's nice to win frames in one hit, but if we could
24.
somehow pilfer this at this visit, give him a real pick-me-up going into the last frame of the session.
25. $32.
Yeah, he's looking at the red, I think, on the side cushion. I think he's playing to lift it this time. No, my mistake, biding his time sensibly.
33.
See his eyes, he'll obviously already be thinking about it. The way these next two reds are, they're actually nice to work off the pink. Not this one, but possibly the next one, just to try
39.
and develop that red.
40.
A few options, but the big shot will be coming up. Yeah, clearly he's going for it this time. The thing is, don't
47.
play this too hard. Go round the back of it, land in bulk. Yeah, good pace, good shot, excellent. Best shot he's played today.
48.
Almost a little kind of little look of contentment there when he played that. Almost like pulling up your britches and sort of thinking, right, okay, here we go, match on.
And that's his highest break of the match
54.
so far, superseding 50 in the first frame.
55.
I said I think in the studio all day yesterday with the lads that he's made a stern stuff as Kyren Wilson. He's showing you exactly why.
$59. 61.
Well, we talked about the awkward blue. It doesn't matter.
$64.
The green did, mind you, and it wobbled before it went in. That wasn't a clean pot.
$68. Tap. 73.
Not just Wilson's biggest break of the session, not just his best, but his most important. Match on. The last frame of the session coming up after the break. That is the Champion of Champions trophy. The inaugural winner was Ronnie O'Sullivan. He successfully defended the title 12 months later, and now he's trying to win that silverware for the third time. When he was 5-1 up this afternoon and already halfway to victory, it looked like a certainty. Not so now. The last frame of the afternoon
the final
session.
frame of this session, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
It takes on immense significance.
Re-rack, yeah? Re-rack.
I'm not surprised. I was just about to say, actually, this has got all the hallmarks of a re-rack, and there we go. The referee, Paul Collier, vastly experienced. He knew tactically they were going nowhere there. It was a stalemate, and consequently, a re-rack was decided upon by all three.
We always look at turning points in matches, don't we? You look back about a frame and a half, that red into what I call bag two that Ronnie missed, trying to bring the cue ball back for pink. Maybe a little turning point. Just stopped him in his tracks.
Yeah, I think he could also make the point that even though he won frame 6, that very lengthy 36-minute affair on the black, the frame itself might have broke his rhythm.
Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Not been the same since.
No matter how many times I see him break off Ronnie O'Sullivan, I think, how can you break off with the other hand, the opposite hand? Amazing. Yeah, big frame now. Knocked this in, his first shot of the day, Kyren, this red. Same thing again. Oh, dear me. Looked in, didn't it?
What a kiss. What a kiss.
Yeah, he doesn't want to hit the two low reds of the 4 in the line. Not the ones on the bottom, not those two. Oh, I think he's just avoided leaving the red. Good shot. Saved by perfect pace.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
If he chooses to play into ball, he's playing a dangerous game. Bearing in mind his opponent's long game. Kyren's looking at Ronnie, but get nothing back.
Yeah. Okay.
I've seen it before. Not very often, mind you. So it's re-racked. I think that's the term. I don't want to worry you folks, but I remember on one occasion up at the qualifiers in Blackpool, I saw a frame re-racked 3 times. So it's not impossible we could be there again in a few moments. I would love to remember the 2 players and I can't.
Ronnie Sullivan to break.
Yeah, his last break-off shot didn't quite reach the baulk cushion. It was about 8 inches short. Let's see if he's adjusted. Short again, but at least he's not left that wing ball. The modern game with this type of shot, he's probably going to run over the probably around the brown or green here. Well, he's got it thinner than that, but I was going to say part of the modern game, you play safety shots. It's massive that you miss the baulk colours, isn't it, in the way back up there. For the long game that people have these days. Same thing applies now for Ronnie.
Having been deprived of quality table time for quite some time now, that was a wonderful pot from O'Sullivan.
Yeah, here it is again.
8.
Didn't touch the sides. They do say that most people are afraid of winning. Champions, on the other hand, are more afraid of losing.
9.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, being the champion that he is, brilliant response here, having lost the last couple of frames. He wants to get that 6-3 advantage going in this evening.
14. 15.
'Just thinking whether it's worth topping this into the bunch. You know, deciding against it.
Can you go out, please? Because you just walked out on one shot. Come back in later, all right?
For the second time this afternoon, O'Sullivan has to get back up off a shot because a member of the crowd is moving in the high line.
$21. 22. 27.
Yeah, it's not an ideal pack to go into off the blue, so may even play for green here. Just low blue, give him access to the
28.
red in bulk. The green would be a nice ball to play into the bunch. But he certainly can't play for green
33.
in this position.
This is a really tricky pot in itself.
$34.
Tough shot to be faced with. The key to this is trying to relax your arm as much as possible through the ball. Oh, what a shot it is.
Given the circumstances, the way the match has gone, the movement of the
41.
session, that's for me the best shot of the match so far.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Phil.
42.
He dropped his right elbow just through it. So relaxed. I said about champions, what a response this is.
49. 50.
And that black is the kind of classy shot that O'Sullivan loves to play.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Phil. Try to enjoy it when you know that well, this is a shot here. This is the key to the frame.
56.
Almost showing off the way he played it. Played it absolutely beautifully.
57.
Now it's just a matter of concentration, and in a trice, it's going to be 6-3.
$63. 64.
58. objective now is to make what would be his 10th century of
71.
the tournament. If you make 10 centuries at the World Championship, you're doing well. To do it here in what amounts to 4 matches. What a strike rate.
78. 79. 86. 87.
'He's deadly serious, O'Sullivan, today, but it's not stopping him having the last laugh this
94.
afternoon.
Yeah, time for a bit of fun. Actually, I think he enjoys these little shots. How can he get onto the red?
Central number 967.
102.
'The initial red was superb.
104.
The black into the bunch to keep it going was
106.
even better.
109. 113. 118.
'Whenever Snooker sends O'Sullivan to
124.
Coventry, he always excels.
141 on the
That
frame run.
total clearance was pure excellence. Going into the evening session, Ronnie O'Sullivan has taken a 6-3 lead.
In a habitat that only houses winners, this green baize provides snooker sanctuary to the elite. An environment which requires more than your maximum to survive. It's a place where ingrained skill is second nature. A land where only a few of the very best have walked before. This challenger looks to defy the odds and conquer, a pioneer attempting to reach his peak once again. The bright lights are ready to illuminate the champion of champions.
Coventry's Ricoh Arena is packed out for the finale of the Champion of Champions, but will they witness a hat-trick of titles for Ronnie O'Sullivan? Or a night of drama as Kyren Wilson comes back from 6-3 down? Neil Folds is alongside Phil Yates in the commentary box, but first here's our MC, Phil Seymour.
Good evening and a very warm welcome to the ManBet X Champion of Champions here in a packed Ricoh Arena in Coventry. This is the final. The first player to 10 frames will be crowned ManBet X Champion of Champions. It's time now to meet the players. We begin with the former Shanghai Masters champion, and the winner of the 2018 Paul Hunter Classic, the Warrior, Kyren. His opponent, a two-time champion of champions, the reigning UK champion, and a five-time champion of the world, the Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Ronnie O'Sullivan has made that walk so many times before into the concluding session of a final. If he wins tonight, it will be his 66th professional tournament win.
Okay, thank you. The 10th frame.
Standing in his way,
Kyren Wilson to break.
Kyren Wilson, stubborn, stoic, hard to break down.
Yes, the way you mentioned O'Sullivan and what he's won, it's the big occasion like this. One table setup, packed house. That generally brings out the best in great players like him, like Stephen Hendry, the real top guys, Steve Davis in his day. The real champions love it in an atmosphere like this on trophy night. Yes, and that is the trophy they're playing for. He's lifted it twice. Ronnie O'Sullivan. In fact, he's always been in the final the years he's played in it. There was one year he missed out altogether. He's always been playing on the Sunday, Phil, isn't he? In this event, it really suits him.
It's a format to which he responds, much like the Masters.
Played that really well. Stopped the cue ball exactly where the red was.
Thanks.
Ronnie O'Sullivan just walked around. I'm not sure what he could have been looking at, but clearly nothing is available. I thought he played okay in spells. A little burst from when he lost the first frame to the point where he led 4-1. Struggled thereafter, but I thought the break of 131 in the decider was quite a special break, actually. Kind of just finished the session with a bang. It's what he needed, I felt.
Could not agree with you more. The opening red was superb, and a black off its spot to split the bunch was exceptional. It's a big lead, 6-3, but it's not insurmountable. He's lost substantial leads in finals before. two in the Masters spring to mind. 7-2 up on the late Paul Hunter, lost that one. 8-4 up to Steve Davis in 1997, lost 10-8. So Wilson does have realistic hope.
Well, we were right down the line of that, and it was a very good return safety shot from Kyren Wilson. Even Ronnie tapped the table. That's a good shot. That really is good. He had to hit it mighty thin. I tell you what, that's, I think, the best of the lot, that one. He made the last safety shot tough for Kyren Wilson, as if to say, well, okay, this is going to be even more difficult. And the reason is that there was always the chance he hits this too thick, he goes it off, or rattles the cue ball in the jaws. Magnificent safety shot, that. Trotting into the reds is all he has. Likely to be in behind the green again here.
One constant theme of O'Sullivan's play today has been patience. He took on a questionable blue with the cue ball tight under the side cushion, tried to power that one in. That was low percentage in the first session. Maybe one other red from distance. But generally speaking, he's not just playing well, he's playing properly.
What a shot. What a shot. It looked like a thin safety shot, but he spotted that the one in the middle of the bunch was potable and bringing the cue ball back. So it's advantage O'Sullivan. I think trickling behind the colour is the next shot. But you have to create the chances, and he may have done that with the snooker.
If the Reds were tightly packed, he wouldn't feel quite so vulnerable, but they aren't. They're already spread. Any mistake, any misjudgment here could be really expensive. That was the opposite of a misjudgment. That was ideally judged.
That's also a good shot. He can get to the red on the left, of course, but down the right side, I don't know if he can hit anything. Makes you wonder if he might have a little go at this red at long range. If he gets down where he's queuing now, he'll be on the black, because he doesn't know if he misses the red that he's playing where that will finish. So there's risk, but he has to take some risk. Otherwise, he's in a spot of bother here. Well, he's having a go at this. You can tell by the way that he's winding himself up to play the shot. Well, like I say, it's always the red that you have gone for. You can't tell where that's going to finish. And if nothing else, Ronnie's got that red up the table, the thin one.
Not the kind of pot you want so early in a session. When the queue's flowing and you've had plenty of time on the table, it's a different matter. Yeah, Susan R's from the crowd, but that wasn't as simple as it might have appeared. It was a ball he should have potted, no doubt, but far from a gimme.
One.
When you play that kind of shot, you want to avoid putting top on the cue ball, but really Wilson had no option. Now he was in trouble a while ago. O'Sullivan's in even more trouble here.
I've had a look at it, yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Paul Collier had a look, because there's always the chance this will be replaced if there's a miss called. He certainly went on the cautious side there.
Foul. And a miss.
Kyren might just have a little
Kyren Wilson, 5.
look
Okay.
at this long red. No, didn't even leave his chair.
Two things about this tournament that have been tremendous. One, the refereeing. We've had no hint whatsoever of any mistakes. The three officials have been top-notch. And also the table. The people from Rasson Billiards must be very proud. It's played really nicely.
Just over halfway up the cushion, I'd if you played it plain ball. We'll make it a bit tighter if you want, but
I didn't really have to put a lot. I didn't have to bend. I didn't have to do that.
Must admit, I thought that Ronnie
Yeah.
wasn't elevating the butt of the cue as much first time
just
as
a
he
fraction,
shaped to
yeah.
do second time, which means might have been not have been quite so far in behind it.
yeah, okay.
It's not much fun, this shot. Little left-hand side onto the two cushions to glance thin off a red. You can miss it again. And that's almost a replica
Foul.
of the other
And a
one.
miss.
Kyren's got to look
Kyren
at this
Wilson,
red. I
5.
mean, this is better than the previous, and surely he's going to knock this in and found the pink.
1.
Well, the opening red didn't go in cleanly, but in it went, and much better to have the flame
7.
in your own hands by playing the shot he did. And as we were saying, he's got to punish, he's got to capitalise on chances that come his way like this.
Eight.
Wilson's scoring in the first session was a little restricted. 50 break in the
14.
first frame, 42 in the 7th, 86 in the 8th. His only contributions of any great
15.
size. But as Neil said, this is a gilt-edged chance.
$22. Sure. 23.
The stakes are high for Wilson this evening. If he wins, it's going to be the biggest payday of his
29.
career, superseding the £90,000 he won for being runner-up in the Masters back in January. Oh, but that was loose. That was loose indeed.
30.
Wasn't it just? He's played, I
Blue
guess,
ball.
a much thicker cannon there. Good shot to recover the situation a bit, but not as much as clearing the table would have hurt his opponent. Well, the two reds down the table under the black spot there. You'd love to lay up to one of those, especially the right one. I don't know how easy it's going to be twice across. Get it in there. Not a lot of room to do so. Oh, what a brilliant shot.
And Neil, that was clever from Wilson. Apart from getting a good white, he also got a good black, fully intended to try and chip the black under the side cushion. With a 40-point lead, the way forward.
Shouldn't be forgotten that Kyren Wilson booked his place in the Champion of Champions by winning the Paul Hunter Classic, which is the tournament in Firth in Germany. I know he also won something else after that. Good shot. But that Paul Hunter Classic was considered a small tournament. Not many of the top 16 played in it. Presumably because the prize fund wasn't high. But there were spin-offs of winning it, and this is one of them.
Kyren Wilson 1.
Well, this looks a pretty nasty snooker to be left in, to be honest. Well, he seems to be the equal of most things, but this is going to be really tough. He's aiming for that bottom red again. Goodness. This is really difficult to hit. I think he'll have another go at it.
And a miss.
Likely to
Kyren
go back.
Wilson 4.
It slides when it hits the left-hand cushion and drops down too far. So it's a difficult one.
Yeah. Right. Foul. And a miss. Kyren Wilson 4.
Well, he didn't intend to hit the red in mid-table, but a little clip off it would have done just fine for him. So, third time.
Yes, he over-adjusted for that one. It's somewhere in between the two shots is where he has to hit on the cushion.
Okay.
I'll reiterate, this is a difficult snooker to hit.
Foul. And a miss. Kyren
It'll
Wilson
be called
4.
a miss because he can actually hit other reds more easily, but the one he's trying to hit is the one that would leave it safe.
Okay.
And even giving 12 penalty points away, the trade-off is definitely worth it if he can get safe with this one.
Well, yeah, that's very true. He doesn't want to be faced with too many of those snookers, though.
And for Wilson, a 53-point lead with black under one cushion, the blue down on the bulk line almost. It's a really useful advantage. And now another red taken towards a cushion.
Well, he could have easily played safe from the red on the right at the table. Played a fairly ambitious shot, red, and maybe get on the black, but he could have stuck the game there. Kyren is slightly frustrated, O'Sullivan, this frame.
One.
Yes, ever since O'Sullivan missed that tricky red to the yellow pocket, he's been kicking against the wind.
Five. Six.
The lead expands to 63
10.
points, 5 reds and therefore 67 on the table, so this is frame ball, and the fact that Wilson needs the rest should not be a discouragement. using this implement. He's one of the very best in the business, if not the best.
Kyren
He's let
Wilson,
me
10.
down. Doesn't miss too many of those.
No, the problem that Sullivan has got though is, of course, as it was earlier with the black being safe, playing reds and pinks, he's going to run out of points soon. So we'll have to see in which way he brings the black into play. Or pots it, one of the two. Yes, 4 reds and pinks from here. It means he needs a
7.
snooker. That's the reason he's just paused. He can afford to take reds and pinks
8.
a couple more times. The maths are that you've got to get the black into play, Ronnie, at some point.
$14. 15.
No more leeway now. 42 behind,
21.
43 on.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 21.
You get the feeling it'll be a very good frame to win. A pretty unpromising position.
Well, there's no way that Wilson will remove the red from the side cushion. That would be entirely counterproductive.
And things are getting more difficult all the time. Brown now put on the cushion. And I don't know what he played there. I think he's kind of giving this frame up, but he can still win it, and he hasn't left the red on.
The black is obviously a real problem for O'Sullivan, but the table now is better than it was a couple of minutes ago. Significantly better.
Yes, he might have been looking for a snooker there, which could have, if he could have got any penalty points going his way, it's a slightly different complexion to the frame. He had a lot of opportunities to get the black into play, one with the yellow, which I'm sure no one could ever have played. If he takes the pink, he can tie the frame, which gives him a squeak still.
Frame conceded, Ronnie O'Sullivan won.
O'Sullivan concedes. It was a scruffy old frame, really. Scrappy, disjointed. But it was very much to the liking of Kyren Wilson, who closes to within 2 at 6-4.
Thanks, Ronnie.
Welcome back to the Ricoh Arena. It's the final of the
11th frame.
X
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Champion of Champions 2018. Frame 11. O'Sullivan has won 6 of the first 10. But remember, at his best this afternoon, O'Sullivan was 5-1 ahead. So Wilson has won 3 of the next 4. He's proving very gritty and determined, as O'Sullivan would have expected.
That's a good job it went in. It was a very good pot. It wasn't really a shot to nothing either.
Six. Seven.
Very different tonight to what happened the last time they met in the final. The English Open of last year, first of the home nations
14.
events. Ronnie led 6-2, best of 17, so it was first to 9. And the evening session was already over by now, I should think. They just romped away with it. 3
15.
frames over in the blink of an eye. Hardly missed a pot. It's different tonight. It's just what Kyren Wilson wanted to happen. Pretty good. Alan McManus previewed the session and he said that he's got to get into the bunch and
22.
be very attacking, and he's done that there. That's a good shot.
$23.
He's never been a respecter of reputations, Kyren Wilson. Just concentrates on himself. When he won the Shanghai Masters to break through into the big time in 2015, he was stationed at 54th in the world rankings, one of the lowest ranked players to win a ranking tournament in a decade.
30. $31.
He defeated Judd Trump in that final in Shanghai. In his 2 finals this season that he's won, well, the Paul Hunter, he overcame 2002 world champion Peter Ebdon. And in the 6 Reds World Championship, he beat Ding Junhui, so doesn't matter whether he's up
37.
against star quality. He's not phased.
$38. $43. $44.
Well, that's okay. The reds are nicely scattered. He's got a choice of 2.
51.
Might come back to the one to the middle if he's not keen on this thin one. Thin one takes him down the table a little bit.
$52.
One thing he's doing is concentrating very hard, and he's trying his absolute best here. Keep Sullivan away from the table. Every shot he's taking a walk into. tries and however
Kyren
much he
Wilson,
prepared,
52.
he's broken down at a crucial stage. Now, O'Sullivan has been sitting down for a long time. Can he spring into immediate action?
One.
This was the blue that might well be a pivotal moment, not just in this frame, but in the match. There's one quasi-awkward red, yes, but
8.
everyone knows O'Sullivan is the king of clearances.
9. $16. 17. 24. 25.
Yes, I think Ronnie's already got his eye on that slightly awkward red that you mentioned. It's not so much that it's difficult to pot. It's not the easy one to cannon out because it's away from the cushion enough. But by being away from the cushion, he might be able to play on it. Usually, he's got an answer to a situation like this.
32.
Oh, I think he played to flick it out
33.
there. I'm not sure if it was the best of contacts. Didn't sound quite right. Definitely tried to move the red.
I'm with you there, Neil. I thought it was a very tinny contact. The sound gave it away.
No, he wouldn't have
38.
played that, I'm sure.
And this is a real pressure ball.
It is, Phil, but he's now got an angle on the pink to have a second bite at the cherry on the red. Now does the pink, when spotted, get in the way of the red to the left corner? It does, I think.
45.
It's tight. It's tight. It may go. But I don't know if that's a full pocket. He's looking towards the middle bag instead. It's much more difficult in the middle. Only running off the jaw, and position is getting more and more difficult by the shot here. Well, this is the biggest shot of the frame.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 46.
It was tough, but I thought he'd get it. As soon as he started walking, I knew he hadn't. The kiss on the last red was unlucky, there's no
2.
doubt about that, but what a reprieve for Wilson. Now 8 in front. Green to blue needed.
Five. 9.
Well, it's going to mean that he's won 4 out of the last 5 frames. Very much back in the match.
14. Kyren Wilson, 20.
Ronnie O'Sullivan seemingly was steaming towards the title. He's still in front, but only just a slender 6-5 lead now. What a climax to a great tournament this is turning out to be. Ronnie O'Sullivan 6, Kyren Wilson 5. Can Wilson draw level by winning frame 12?
Frame 12.
We'll soon
Kyren
find
Wilson
out.
to break.
Well, when a genius has luck as well, that equals sometimes unbeatable. What a fluke. And it even delayed going in, just flopped off the jaws to heighten Wilson's angst.
Eight. 9.
Yes, it could be an important one. He's certainly put on the back foot tonight. That's only by the way that the first 2 frames have gone, O'Sullivan. And if you get in early, by virtue of a fluke, I'll give you a boost. He's not always known for taking advantage of flukes.
14.
You've got to. Go the other way plenty of times.
15. $22. 23.
Well, it's played okay. I'm not sure it's quite how he meant it, but he certainly opened them up.
30.
I think the cue would have just go through the side of the bunch even more.
$31.
Well, that's unlike him. Certainly wouldn't have played it anywhere near on the blue into the corner. The green is a bit of a stretch. Got to watch out. Plays the green. It doesn't get in. That red is worryingly close to his body there. Paul Colley was on the case.
And that was a delightful shot.
34.
Really was.
35.
Yeah, that was just a fraction short. So he's playing his next shot from a little bit further away than he'd like.
Yet another crunch ball coming up. And crunch was the sound it made when it went into the pocket.
No, he's a bit fortunate again. He certainly wouldn't have played on the pink to the middle with it. He's got a red over the hole as well. So he's not doing a great deal with the cue ball here. He had the insurance of the red over the pocket, I guess. Played it well enough.
47.
He's a bit fortunate to be there, but he wants to now win the frame in this one visit. Kyren Wilson will be storing up that fluke. You can't help it when you're sitting there. Can't help but believe that all these would be yours had that red not dropped in.
48.
You're right, it's so hard not to dwell, but that negativity can eat at you.
$55. 56. $63. 64.
Well, this should be the swiftest frame of the match. We've only been going 6 minutes.
71. 72. 79. 80.
So now the objective is to get one more century nearer that 1,000th century mark.
$87. 88. 94.
Again, the ambidextrous skill of O'Sullivan proving really useful. But he misses. No century, but a vital frame. And it was all started by an outrageous fluke. Lady Luck smiled on the rocket. And he's taken from there a 7-5 lead. Ronnie O'Sullivan and Kyren Wilson are both up for that cup.
Frame 13. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
We're in the Ricoh Arena, home of Coventry City, who were beaten in the FA Cup yesterday. But in this particular contest on the green baize, the final whistle is still some way off.
Yes, Kyren feels obviously the need to win this frame. 3 of the first 4 was what he was aiming for. Obviously all of them, but 3 will do. It's just been a little bit... Some of those long pots have not been going in today like he has been throughout this Champion of Champions week. Not as sharp, I don't think, at range, for whatever reason.
And that wasn't too sharp either. Caught too thick, hence the cue ball not reaching the baulk line.
No, he's not keen. Choice of reds to pot into the right corner here, but I mean, this is not an easy one by any means. I think he didn't know quite which colour to play on. He has left the cut back red from the black spot.
One.
No position, but a really good snooker. About to be laid. Really troublesome, this. But he's been a little bit clumsy there. Has he left a red sticking out? Surely not.
No, it's certainly heavy-handed, even if it hasn't left the red. He should have been right in behind it. Sullivan should have been playing into bulk before he could get out of bulk. A little bit of swerve on this. Tiny touch of left-hand side. It was running side, so the cue ball went a little bit further than he thought. There's something right in the middle of the table there. There was. Looks like it's going to be the same again, I think.
One.
In behind the brown. He's just trying to work out which escape Sullivan would have here.
Foul.
Oh, you're joking. Oh, that's
Kyren Wilson, one.
from that
Ronnie
range,
Sullivan,
it's quite
four.
unusual.
Free ball.
You're trying to get as tight in behind the ball, but he's not reached it.
But Neil, do you think that shot was a reaction to what happened on the yellow? Maybe, you know.
Well, I don't know, but I tell you what, as I said before, it's there's not a snooker player that hasn't done it. But you feel a bit silly playing out of your own snooker. That is a nightmare.
Foul. And a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan 4. Back.
That's just some of the sort of shot that years ago players would have played to finish there, and there's no miss rule. They were not even trying to hit a red. That's why the miss rule came in. Obviously, Kyren wasn't doing that because he's going to go back anyway.
Okay. Ronnie.
Well, this is he's not making much
Foul.
of
And a
a
miss.
fist
Ronnie
at this.
O'Sullivan 4. Back.
Sullivan is sitting and collecting points. The worst type of snooker, self-imposed.
Okay. Ronnie.
Yeah, it's a bit like when you wake up in the morning with a hangover, Phil. You've only got yourself to blame. Self-inflicted. He doesn't mind. It's kind of taken the wind out of his sails, isn't it? I mean, he won the first 2 frames of the evening. Ronnie got a massive fluke, which he made 94 break off of. Now this. Well, this
Foul.
won't go back.
And a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
Ronnie's behind a red.
Not a lot of room here to squeeze past the blue, we saw that. Nicely done and well held. A well held cue ball.
Very studious on these 2 shots, isn't he? The red. Now he's can't quite determine which shot to play for the best here. He's got a couple of options. With the Sullivan, it's all about the key shots to get himself right in. Obviously, with the black tied up, that's not going to be easy anyhow.
5. Six.
Neil correctly made the point about O'Sullivan being studious. Average shot time for him over the course of the match as a whole, 21 seconds, which is slightly slower than normal.
$11.
Yeah, but for some players on the tour, that would be like playing on roller skates, but for Ronnie, it's a bit slow.
Again, the cue ball not completely obeying Sullivan's wishes. This is a little closer to the side cushion than he would have wanted.
Yes, he's looking at a red. I was quite surprised, actually, the one furthest to the left. He's gone back to the other one now. He's really indecisive tonight for him. Cannot quite clear his mind to play the big shot. And of course, Ronnie's all about rhythm. His rhythm is not quite
18.
there. It's a good shot in the end. He's knuckling down more so than he would have done at one point of his career in a match like this.
$23. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 23.
You could just feel the vibe in that break. He just wasn't right. He was more ponderous than normal, as Neil said. And in the end, it was a bad red mist.
Well, that's not a good shot. He's gone very hard into the bunch there. He'd be really disappointed to have played that shot in that way. He didn't mean to play that thick because the cue ball hasn't even made it to the bulk line, never mind the bulk cushion. I think we know every frame's important without getting into the permutations. But at 8-5, that man has not made any progress on the night. You know, he had to win this mini session with Sullivan a little bit, well, off colour I was going to say, but not quite that. It's not quite flowing in the usual way. If he gets out this session 2-2, he'll be happy, I think.
Well, he was greatly helped there by the green being off its spot.
6.
But again, for the rest, the shot he was contemplating is tough. And this is no certainty.
$7.
Once again, you know, he's on a shot that he didn't really have any idea of. I think he'll feel better now that's gone in. Slight mini crisis, the last 2 or 3 shots have been averted.
12. $13.
Well, at last, he's on one.
17.
On his partner, Belarus there, watching. Not always a visitor.
18.
Big tournaments that he's playing in.
So what should be
23.
a routine red to middle is frame ball.
think the most telling thing about this match tonight so far, Phil, at the whole day, is Ronnie O'Sullivan is playing nowhere near his best. And it used to be that when he was like that, he wouldn't win. He's not won yet, but he's on course for another champion of champions.
31.
Yes, and his attitude and application have never been any better than they are at the moment.
37. 38. 43. 44.
'As soon as the tension goes out of the arm, they're all flying in.
49. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 49 on the frame.
It's taken a while for the Rockets boosters to kick in. Now though, he's only 2 frames from being over the moon.
We have a full house as we head into the final furlong of the Champion of Champions. Ronnie O'Sullivan leads Kyren Wilson by 8 frames to 5 and has the finish line in his sights. But can the outsider for this one come up on the rails? To bring you the conclusion of this final, Clive Everton is now alongside Stephen Hendry, but here's Phil Seymour to welcome back the players.
It's 8-5 to the Rocket in a race to 10 frames to be crowned ManBet X Champion of Champions. We welcome back match referee Paul Collier, the Warrior Kyren Wilson, and the Rocket Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Great reception for both players. Ronnie O'Sullivan resumes needing 2 of the remaining 6 frames to become Champion of Champions for the 3rd time. Kyren Wilson has to win 5 of those 6 frames.
Thank you, frame 14. Kyren Wilson to break.
When O'Sullivan was only 6-5 up, he had a very important slice of luck. He attempted a red to right corner, fluked it to left corner, and made 94 from it. And then in the next frame, Wilson self-destructed. Well, there goes another fluke for O'Sullivan, but just to finish what I was saying, Wilson self-destructed when he had an easy roll-up snooker, didn't reach, had to try and play out of his own snooker and never got into the frame.
Yeah, Kyren Wilson had a tough enough task tonight without, well, we've just seen the second of these flukes at the start of the frame. Normally as professionals we think when you're struggling you don't get the run of the ball, so Ronnie was struggling the first 2, and that fluke in the 12th frame really came at a great time for him. But I think over the whole match, if Ronnie does win this match, I think Kyren would just be disappointed that he hasn't scored better. He's scored very heavily all the way through this tournament, but just hasn't been able to string enough one visit winning frames.
Also, Wilson made too many unforced errors in the early frames as he fell 5-1 behind.
10. $11.
Well, it looks like when
16.
he needed a bit of luck, he's not found it there. Ronnie Sullivan doesn't look to be on anything, so that's end of break. Just a safety. Cue ball tight on that baulk cushion, somewhere behind the yellow.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 16.
Well, the two reds below the pink spot, there you see, are certainly going towards his pocket, and with the angle that the cue ball's coming at them, it looks like it could be a reverse plant, but oh, this is risky if he takes this on. Just a safety, I think. Yeah, when your opponent needs 2 frames for victory, it's not quite the time to throw caution to the wind and just go for absolutely everything. There's still a bit of room. Again, this is a red that Kyren would love to take on, but the way the reds, what colour is going to get from it? Unless he wants to try and play a deep screw. Well, he's looked at the potting angle. Here goes. Oh, magnificent pot. And just when you need a little bit of luck, he's got it. Very nice on the pink. This was a brave shot.
Now he needs to score heavily, although initially he's not helped by the position of the black.
7.
Yeah, pink's available to right middle and left corner.
8.
Nice angle just to play a little cannon on the two reds, just to the right of the pink. In fact, it was straight enough that
14.
he just dropped the pink in. A choice of 3 reds. So, great opportunity to, if nothing else, get a healthy lead in this frame. He's virtually got to play
15.
no miss snooker from here on in.
$21. 22. $28. $29. $35. $36.
So after this last open red, probably play for the red closest to the right corner. Unless he can, after this red, get himself an angle, get himself high on the pink. To play some sort of cannon into the black and red.
42.
The red that's closest to the black. If he can cannon the black full ball, that's going to send the red next to the black onto the other red on the cushion.
43.
So he could disturb at least a couple of reds here if he hits this properly. He was just looking at the black there.
Seven reds and the seventh pink coming up.
And he's just got to make sure he concentrates on this. He missed one similar to this afternoon.
$50.
May be able to get on the left-hand red via the side cushion.
He's been very unlucky there. If he catches cushion first and then that red, he knocks the red out and it stays on this red nicely. Nice, he just flicked the red before the cushion. Really unlucky there.
Kyren Wilson, 56.
Tough shot along the rail to conclude. But his second shot, taking the cue ball into ball for green if he potted the red, or safety if he didn't.
Foul.
Was pretty good as well.
Yeah, a little bit careless on Ronnie to miss the red. A big target there. I think goes the other side of the red. He hits the two reds, so
okay.
Puts him 44 behind. He can't afford to keep giving away 4-point fouls here.
Full house are really enjoying this, and it's certainly a tighter match than they may have expected at the start of the evening. By taking the black to the side cushion, Wilson makes it more difficult for O'Sullivan to develop it than it would have been if it had stayed in that cluster. shot. Frame clinching chance for Wilson then.
One.
Colour and one more red would leave O'Sullivan the snooker's required stage.
Three.
Four.
So Wilson appears to have pulled the frame back.
Yeah, I can take a bit of confidence from this frame. Potted a really good long red. Nice 56 break, which was the main, played the main part in winning this frame. And it was good to see Clive at the interval when he was on the practice table. It means he's still got belief. Yeah, it's easy to let his head go down and just play the match out. He's still in there fighting.
15. 16. Kyren Wilson 16 on the frame.
So Wilson continues to demonstrate his grit and tenacity. He pulls the frame back, but he still trails by 8 frames to 6.
Frame 15. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
If he can win this frame, he'll go 3 up with 4 to play.
Sullivan shown Kyren Wilson a bit of respect there. That was the tougher safety shot. It was easier to come off the main bunch, but didn't want it to open things up and leave a long pot to the left corner. That's exactly what Ronnie O'Sullivan didn't want to do. Unfortunately, Kyren Wilson had no choice but to play off the main bunch, but wow, this is about as awkward as it can get.
I'm not too surprised he missed it. Very difficult bridging over a ball with the cue ball tight to the yellow, the brown rather.
Maybe just the run of the balls is starting to favour Kyren Wilson. Goes without saying, if that cue ball wasn't hampered, he'd have potted that red. He could have been in with a frame winning chance.
One.
No, Wilson's made a mess of that positionally.
Kyren Wilson 1.
Did well there. Dead quiet. Yeah, thick with tension. Wilson's attempted cut to corner was overcut. Sullivan does have a possible starter.
One. Eight. Nine. $16. 17. 24. 25. $30.
This is slowly developing now
31.
into a frame-winning chance for Ronnie O'Sullivan. Now he may play this red stun across to the black for the same pocket. Might leave the cue ball low in the black so he can play some sort of cannon. He's coming around to see if there's another red available to the right corner. If he plays a cannon into the middle of those three reds, directly above the black, I think that would really open the
37.
frame up. It's too straight in the black to play any sort of cannon. Just a little screw shot for a red to right middle, possibly. That's a very poor shot. Played for this
45.
red, to be straight in this red to the left corner. It's very unusual. We see Ronnie O'Sullivan underhit a positional shot by a foot.
Keeps the
46.
break going though, and the blue goes to the baulk pocket.
Now, has he got an angle to screw the cue ball directly into the five reds and pink? Oh, the top red goes. That is a bonus. And he can just
51.
just nudge maybe another red out in playing this shot.
$52.
Two reds in the cluster are now potable. But what was that?
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 52.
That was very loose, is what that was, Clive. And you could see the reaction from Ronnie. That's the universal player's sign when they feel they've cued round the corner. They just mimic the elbow coming out. Means they haven't cued through in a straight line. Again, the cue ball was never in tight control, which is very unusual for Ronnie O'Sullivan. Can Kyren find it himself to...
One.
Can he find a clearance from somewhere which would really turn this match?
Not like that.
Kyren Wilson, 1.
Unforced error.
Well, the only positive he can take from that, because he hit that so badly, is that he's not left a shot on for Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Wilson was trying to snooker O'Sullivan on all reds. And in fact did so. So this is a great chance for Wilson. He failed to capitalise on a previous chance, but he's not going to get a better one than this.
One.
It's Kyren Wilson's
6.
turn to be almost a foot short of the cue ball. Didn't want to be playing any cannons into the pink here.
Seven.
Well, he's played it pretty well. Really going to put as much effort and concentration into this as possible, Kyren Wilson, because at this moment in time, Ronnie Sullivan's focus and concentration
13.
has left the building. So this is a great opportunity for Kyren Wilson.
14.
Again, so frustrating.
Loss of touch with that positional shot. Meant to be at least level with the black.
$21.
Going to use a small extension on the cue, so that always makes the cue feel a bit different. Doesn't quite play the same, so it all adds up to making this shot more difficult than it should have been. Just concentrating the pot, you're automatically going to be on a colour. Yeah, well done. Right in the middle of the pocket.
22.
One good pot in the green. And you would say he has to take this frame.
$25. $26. $29.
Clearance required, and absolutely no reason why he shouldn't make it.
$31. $34. $38.
Well,
43.
Give a credit to Kyren Wilson. When the first 2 frames in the session started tonight, and he's done it again from 3 frames down. He's won the first 2 frames to give himself a chance in this match. He's very much in it now.
49. Kyren Wilson, 56
Kyren
on the
Wilson
frame.
clears up to 56 to win on the black, and is now only 1 frame behind. O'Sullivan's lead is reduced to 8-7. Ronnie O'Sullivan is under pressure. When he was leading 6-3, some people forecast an early finish, but we're some way from the finish yet.
Frame 16. Kyren Wilson to break.
Well, it would just be like Ronnie Sullivan to slam this red into the corner pocket, finish in the black and make a total clearance after the 2-3 frames we've seen. That's the first part of the job done.
1. Eight. 9.
Lovely angle in the black. Just go into the left half, screw the cue ball through the pack, just like that. He's on a red to the right corner. Thinner cut than he would have liked. See the reaction in the cue ball once it hits the pack. Still so much action on the cue ball.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 16.
Well, the signs are not good for O'Sullivan. He wouldn't normally miss that, thin as it was.
One.
Poor positional shot though from Wilson from the easy red.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Ronnie Sullivan play as poorly in a final, at the business end of a final, before. He seems to have completely lost his focus, as I said, at the moment. And you see he's a lot of head shaking, a lot of talking. His opponent get confident. There's a nice pop. We're going to need another one here.
6.
You can just sense
7.
a bit of belief in the way Kyren Wilson's moving around the table now.
And I can sense some fading belief in O'Sullivan. When O'Sullivan led 5-1 looked as if it might be a runaway. And to a
12.
slightly lesser extent when he led 6-3. And 8-5.
13.
But Wilson is right bang back into this match, make no mistake.
No real need to go into the bunch yet. You can do it if he gets a nice angle in the black, but he's still got at least another couple of reds after this one.
21.
Screw the cue ball, touch your right hand side here of the left side cushion for a choice of 2 reds to the right corner. I think the one next to the pink goes. Yeah, well played.
28.
Oh, that picture, possibly the red doesn't pop. It's next to the pink, so he's going to need an angle on the blue here to split the bunch. Important shot, this. And he could not pick
29.
the cue ball up with his hand and place it in a better position. So straight into the pink. If anything, just shade the right side of the pink as we're looking down the table, because the red to the right of the pink will hold the cue ball as well. No. What has he been left?
34.
Always like to look at the body language of the player. It's not good. Could have done with hitting that just a touch harder, I think. Touch more pace. Is he still on this red? Wow. Wow, this is a bonus. It's unmissable.
35.
Things are definitely starting to turn, Clive, no doubt about it.
Yes, he's had his share of bad luck. And it was nice for him that that plant dropped on. He knew nothing about it initially.
$40. $41. $48. $49.
Great chance to level the match at 8-all.
To black, yeah. $56. 57.
Oh, one good positional shot. It's a pretty automatic positional shot. Just make sure you pot the black. Bound to be on the red to the same pocket. Settle for this one.
64.
Yes, it's the ball that leaves O'Sullivan needing
65.
snookers. Not that he's going to get a chance to play for them.
Well done, Kyren Wilson. A tremendous character.
72.
So effectively, we've got a best of 3. This
73.
year's champion of champions.
And the momentum is with Wilson.
Yeah, what would increase that momentum even more if he could make a century? That would give him such a confidence boost. I mean, he'll be feeling great
78.
anyway, but to make the century as well, just tee you up nicely for the next frame.
79. $84. $85.
Looks odds on now.
$90.
Already.
92.
Kyren Wilson's highest break of this final.
$95.
I believe the bookmakers were quoting Wilson at 8-1 to win the title during the interval.
99.
But it's not that now, I'm certain.
Fabulous century break under the
104.
circumstances.
It's Wilson's 4th century of the tournament.
Kyren Wilson 104 on the frame. Cheers.
Wilson was 8-5 down, but that break of 104 brings him level at 8-all with 3 to play.
Thanks, Ronnie. Frame 17. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
So, what has O'Sullivan got left? It's a terrible feeling when you lose a big lead. You need maximum professionalism, maximum discipline to overcome that feeling.
Oh, Kyren Wilson's already come round to see the potting angle. The path of the cue ball is possibly cannon in the red. It's on the black spot. Leave himself on the black. Oh, in fact, there was a path to get out. If he missed the pot, that path wasn't there. So he had to get it.
1.
Fabulous pot. There's absolutely no doubt who the most confident player out there at the moment is.
Wilson again proving he's one of the best long potters in the game.
And again, not a thought for safety. All out attack. This brown to left middle is anything but easy. He's got to play for the red and the black spot, I think, here. What a shot. What a shot.
He's got the wind in his sails now.
5. Six.
Now you could play the red is to the right of the pink. Just stun up and play a cannon on that one. Or they could play the cannon other one, leave that red to the left middle. It's got choices. This was the natural cannon, I suppose.
The only snag about that last shot is that he's nudged
13.
the first red to the side cushion.
This red he's looking at now, that's the red he'd love to get on, because in potting that, whether he screws the cue ball or follows through, he's going to be opening the bunch.
$14.
He's absolutely perfect in the black, to be able to stun up. He's pointing his cue to see where he wants to leave that cue ball. So the only problem with this shot, if you follow through, is obviously a couple of things. You could
21.
snip yourself on the black with any rogue reds that come out the bunch, or you could leave the cue ball tight on the cushion. So he's going the other way. Now, overhitting this is a problem with this shot.
$22.
He's on the black, but what kind of angle has he got? I think I might have favoured the top spin over the screw shot there in that red. He's looking to see if that red just below the pink will pot to the left middle. Well, obviously it does. Is he on it? He's got the red to the green pocket in reserve.
29. $30.
Two more reds are potable.
Well, this is the best he's played in the final. Now, what a time to find your best form.
36. $37.
Now, he'll probably go into the bunch here and leave himself on that red to the right corner. sudden, he looks so confident.
44.
Earlier in the match, he was constantly finishing short on the blue, but just lately he's been finishing on it perfectly.
$50. $51.
Closing in on the 9-8 lead.
56. $57.
No doubt about it. Wilson is outplaying O'Sullivan at the moment.
$64.
Red and colour needed. Well, there's the red,
65.
but he's not on the colour. Not well, anyway.
And look where that red's gone over the right corner pocket. He's going to have to take on this blue to the green pocket. I think the longer he thinks about this, the more likely he is to miss the blue if he goes for it. He really needs to just... He's flying at the moment. Just keep that positive thinking. Just get down and pot the blue. He's obviously thinking about possibly putting a colour safe, but I think the way you're playing, you've not missed a ball for the last 2 frames virtually. I could not refuse this blue, Clive. But he's gonna.
Well, he puts the black
Kyren
safe.
Wilson, 65.
The difference is 65. In theory, there's 67 still on, but not with the black there.
Well, what a shot this is. Okay, he's hampered by this red. Kyren Wilson regret not taking the blue on?
8.
What a clearance this would be. You'd have to say, the way he's played the last 3 frames, he's not favourite. He's got an angle in the black to take this red off the cushion now. That's not nice.
16.
.49 behind, 51 on. He's not got many points to play with here. I'm sure
17.
he'll manage to find position on the pink in the middle. If he has, that's an incredible shot.
The
clearance is still on.
So 2 reds, 2 blacks needed to pinch this frame by 1 point. Well, I don't think he's going to clear up
24.
now, because even if he pots the black, I can't see any way of getting on the last red. Raising the button the queue, this makes this pot so difficult.
Missed it by a distance, and in disappointment,
Wilson.
he concedes the frame immediately. So Kyren Wilson has won 4 frames in succession and now leads by 9 frames to 8. 1 up with 2 to play. Can O'Sullivan pluck victory from impending defeat? It's going to be difficult because the wind is well and truly in Wilson's sails. He was 8-5 down, but he's won the last 4 frames.
The 18th frame. Kyren Wilson to break.
Kyren Wilson last year must have sat in his chair thinking, what if Ronnie Sullivan clears up here? But he didn't. And as you say, Clive, from 8-5 down, what a performance. Didn't need 1 frame for victory. And you have to say, on form, well, the last 4 frames, I don't fancy Ronnie Sullivan to do it. He's going to find something from deep within, which, you know, the best players in the world do in times like this, but it's going to be something special he's got to find. It's about as good as he could have played that. I think this red cuts to the right middle. The cue ball is going to be running wild. It's very difficult to control it with any great certainty.
One.
Could have done without the cannon on the yellow, which has left the cue ball uncomfortably close to the side cushion. And as he did at the end of the last frame, when he was trying to clear up,
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
he raised the butt of the cue to try to inject the necessary backspin
Sure.
for position.
Oh, what a chance for Kyren Wilson. He would have been sat in his chair there when Ronnie was at the table, just waiting to pounce if Ronnie missed. And that chance has come perhaps sooner than he thought.
One.
If he's straight in the pink, he'd love to play for the red to the left of the black. Get that black cleared up as soon as possible. And he's just come to see if that's possible. Body language is good. Had one quick little glance there and straight round the table, which means, says to me, he can pot this red and screw back for the black. Don't think the black goes to the right corner. Didn't want that cannon on the black.
Well, he'd rather that the cue ball hadn't crept behind the outside red, but he's still got another easy one, even if he hasn't got this.
Yeah, he tried to leave himself on this red to the left of the black. It was such a tough shot in the black. He might have been as well just letting the cue ball travel another 2 or 3 inches. So this red would be easy to the right corner. He still should pot it. I think he can get to at least half of the cue ball. No, I didn't like it.
$16, the black, yeah?
Well, this black is, in these circumstances, very tricky. If it was tight on the cushion, I wouldn't expect him to miss at all, but because it's slightly off the cushion, it's going to play it with a little bit of pace, not too much. One thing, he knows he'll be leaving the black over the pocket, so he won't leave a pot on. No, that was well struck. That was very well struck.
Wilson seems to be
23.
fully in command of his game and, more important, fully in command of his emotions. Because
24.
this would be a very big deal for him if he could win this.
Yeah, this would be a massive victory for his career going forward.
31.
Beating Ronnie O'Sullivan in a major final. Okay, O'Sullivan's not been at his best, but you've still got to win the match. It's easier said than done. And the best thing I think he can take from this going forward is he's found his best snooker at the most
32.
important part of the match.
In the last 4 frames, he's made 1 century and 3 half centuries.
37.
Well, he would have preferred the outside red, but always knew that he would have this one if not.
I have to say, he looks very composed. He doesn't look like missing. He'll be trying his best to control himself, what he's feeling inside. He'll be so excited, adrenaline will be
45.
pumping. You just got to stay in the moment. He also knows what almost happened in the previous frame, so he'll only make sure of getting this frame one in one visit.
.46.
O'Sullivan couldn't complete the clearance though. Wilson's father, middle of the picture there. Brother on the right.
So, since the
53.
black along the cushion, this is the first missable pot he's had.
He's still on course for a frame and match-winning break.
Now he's missed a couple of blacks this week, playing with a touch of right hand side. If he's going to use a bit of side here, he'll be putting his full attention into this. Yeah, safely in. I think because of those two misses, he didn't play it with a lot of, well, a
61.
little bit tentative. You can understand it at this situation of this match. Closer and closer to the winning line. Staring down the potting point on this red.
Out of the pot.
Kyren Wilson, 61.
One last chance for O'Sullivan.
One.
Well, Ronnie could have done another inch or two with the cue ball. To make the black unmissable, he's got to go into the bunch. It's missable now. He's on a red to right middle. That red has gone close to the right middle pocket is not potable there, so we'll have to do something about that. But he's got a chance to get right back into this frame. Just a little stun here for the pink to the opposite middle.
9.
Well, like in the previous frame, Kyren Wilson's got to sit there and suffer. Pray that Ronnie Sullivan doesn't make a winning clearance here.
15. $16. $21.
Unlike the previous frame,
22.
the clearance, well, he's got a lot more points to play with in this break. So get on this last red, on position on the pink to just nudge that red over the middle pocket.
29.
He's just going to be careful he doesn't, believe it or
30.
not, just knock this red into the middle pocket here. Cushion first is not guaranteed to leave himself a pot.
He shaved past the cannon.
36.
Well, I don't believe he tried to cross double that. He's actually got away with it. Surely he's not snookering him behind the pink.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 36.
Can't believe the shot I've just seen Ronnie play.
He died of frustration, I think. Very unlike O'Sullivan to give way to frustration like that, as he's been recently at least. Used to do it in the old days when he was quite a bit younger.
I mean, that cue ball in red just could have finished anywhere. Kyren could have been left a straight red into this left middle pocket. Now he's faced with, well, the problem is not hitting the red. The problem is keeping it safe.
Well, if O'Sullivan clears up here, he can thank his lucky stars that he left the last red safe from his ill-considered last shot.
One.
No, not the best cue ball. Sure, the yellow doesn't pass the brown into its own pocket, so I have to play for it into one of the middle pockets, I think. Don't think it passes the green either. This needs to be struck well. Oh, and did he strike it well? Did he strike that well? It's the best shot he's played for about 5 or 6 frames, that.
7. 9. 12. 16.
What a steal this would be.
$21.
Well, we've said one of Kyren Wilson's strengths is his temperament. Oh boy, it's
27.
been tested now for this deciding frame.
Wilson was in on 61, but over copper red, and in 2 visits, separated by an outrageous stroke of luck, O'Sullivan has cleared up to level the match at 9-all. Ronnie O'Sullivan trying to get his name on that trophy for the third time. Kyren Wilson for his first. It's 9-all. It's all on the 19th frame.
Thank you. The deciding frame. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Well, what is Kyren Wilson? What you were asking earlier, Clive, what has Ronnie O'Sullivan got left? What has Kyren Wilson got left? This is a massive test of his character here. Two blows in the last frame, missing the red and 61. And then, obviously, a massive bit of fortune that his opponent had in going for a very reckless cross double.
On the last red. In fact, leaving Wilson snookered. Still, O'Sullivan rose to the challenge. He still had to pot the balls.
Yeah, it has to be said, pink to yellow was just a magnificent piece of cueing under pressure. Another magnificent piece of cueing required here.
That was asking a lot. So Wilson is first in.
And straight away. Okay, there's 2 or 3 loose reds, but he must be tempted. He's just got a perfect angle on the black. They can stun into the right half of the pack. Even if he loses a cue ball up the table, there's that red over the left middle. I think he's got to play this shot. Played it to perfection. Oh, I can't believe that.
Kyren Wilson 1, Ronnie O'Sullivan 7.
It looks like he's not destined to win this match, Clive.
Well, that was certainly a body blow, as was the last frame, and the circumstances in which he lost it.
Well, he's missed this by a mile. I thought for a horrible second the red was going to hit the black and go in the corner pocket.
Yes, his cueing was slightly impeded, but shouldn't have made too much difference. Well, a chance for O'Sullivan.
I think the 2 or 3 things that have happened to Kyren Wilson in the last 10 minutes or so have knocked the stuffing out of him.
1. Foul.
Oh, waistcoat foul, would you believe it?
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1, Kyren Wilson 5.
Well, what's going to happen next in this final? That's so careless. I mean, he looked to see where his waistcoat was, and then he still got down and fouled it.
Here we go.
Foul.
Spotted by the referee, Paul Collio. O'Sullivan probably wouldn't have felt it.
Oh. Kyren Wilson's turn to play a speculative double. Okay, it wasn't anywhere near as reckless as the one Ronnie played in the previous frame, but got the double kiss in the red. He's left a pot to left middle.
One.
Quite a nasty shot this from the middle pocket jaw.
He cued that well. That'll actually make him feel a bit better, that shot.
6. Seven.
Nice choices here, how hard he wants to hit this.
13.
Screwing the cue ball out, I think. Now, is he going to land nicely on the colour? Well, the answer is absolutely
14.
yes. Is that the shot that's going to lead to victory for Ronnie O'Sullivan?
Can he enact reprieved man syndrome? When Wilson was on 61 in the last frame, he must have thought he was going to lose in the next couple of minutes.
19.
But he managed to win the frame, and now he's got the advantage in the decider.
Well, he played a poor shot in the blue, though. This is missable. That's safely in.
20.
You can visibly see how hard Ronnie O'Sullivan's trying here, putting everything into these shots. I don't know where he's found this victory from, but it looks ever more certain that he's going to find it.
25.
He's been hugely helped, of course, by Kyren missing that red on 61 in the previous frame, and also a couple of massive slices of good fortune. Kyren Wilson was in first in this frame, played the correct shot into the bunch. He was horrified to see a red go in the middle. But the way the reds are placed now,
33.
you can't see a mistake.
34. $40. 41.
Watching Kyren Wilson in his chair and he looks devastated. It's going to take him a while to get over this one, I think.
After such a great effort, going from a big deficit to the brink of victory.
Yeah, just one positional shot off that black. Left himself a tricky red on 61.
47.
And from then on, you have to say, his run of the balls has been horrific. But
48.
you've got to give some credit to this man. He had to do the clearance in the last frame. And it looks very much like he's going to eke out this victory.
50 in front.
$53.
And that is the ball that seals Wilson's fate.
54.
What an incredible match. At 5-1 to O'Sullivan, it looked like a runaway.
59.
At 8-5, he was comfortably ahead.
60.
But at 9-8, he was on the brink of defeat and was rescued, at least in part,
67.
by an outrageously kind run of the ball
68.
when he rashly attempted the cross double on the last red. Full marks to O'Sullivan though for the way that he's taken this deciding
75.
frame. Commiserations to Wilson, who so unluckily
76.
knocked a red into the middle pocket as he opened the bunch.
Of course, he's going to finish with a century.
83. $85. 88.
It will be O'Sullivan's 11th century of the tournament.
92. $97.
So there it is.
103.
O'Sullivan finishes in style with a century. A clearance of 110. He beats Kyren Wilson by 10 frames to 9 in the most dramatic of matches. He was almost out of it, but somehow he survived, and he's gone on to become champion of champions for the third time. Disappointment for Wilson, of course. It would have been the highest profile success in his career, but at 26 he's got time on his side, and I'm sure that we're going to see him in contention for a lot more titles. So, O'Sullivan, 5 times world champion, 6 times UK,
Ladies and
7 times
gentlemen,
Masters.
what a tournament, what
Has
a
won
final.
66
Will you please welcome your
professional titles
presentation
in
team, the COO of Matchroom Multisport, Emily Fraser, and Madeline Binkley of title sponsors, Mambet X. First of all, your runner-up collecting a cheque for £50,000. Please put your hands together for Kyren Wilson.
Well, Kyren, it was an incredible final, and I think you must have felt you were almost over the line there. But I think you'll take a lot of heart from the character you showed in this match today.
Yeah, I was just awful all day, to be honest. I was just terrible. Fancy playing like that in the final. You know, it's hard. You know, you're playing somebody that you've grown up watching. You know, he was my hero growing up, and it's difficult. You know, there's a lot of pressure out there, and I just wanted to make a bit of a fight of it, but. You know, it was a bit of a sickener to lose like that.
No, listen, I think you've made a whole lot of fans in here today, just with the way, as you say, the character you showed, the resilience, because you didn't let Ronnie run away with it, and he's done that before in the past. You hang on there.
Oh, it's humiliating. He battered me in the English Open, and, you know, at the interval at 6-3, I just thought, you know what? I just want to make a fight of it and give the fans something to cheer about and have a bit of a close match, so... Yeah.
Well, you certainly did that. And I think also at times today, we talk about not getting the rub of the green, you must have thought occasionally the snooker gods weren't quite with you.
Yes and no. I mean, you know, Ronnie's a great player. He let me off the hook quite a few times. So, you know, if I pop the red queuing over the pack, then I've won the title. So, you know, it's my own fault, really.
But you can take this form and the confidence you can take from this into Northern Ireland next week.
Yeah, without doubt. You know, there's a lot of snooker still to be played, and you know, you've got the UK, Northern Ireland, and the Masters coming up. So, yeah, very exciting times.
We wish you all the very best, ladies and gentlemen. Kyren Wilson.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, your winner collecting the cheque for £100,000 and the title of Manbet X Champion of Champions 2018, the Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well done, Ronnie. Your third Champion of Champions title, your 66th tournament win. But my goodness me, he made you work for it tonight, didn't he?
You know what Kyren just said there. He's right. You know, we both didn't play great, and he should be allowed to say that. You know, people shouldn't see that as he's being disrespectful to me. You know, we have pride in our own performance as a professional, and I know Kyren can play better. He knows I can play better. So you know, he didn't mean anything bad by that. We just want to perform for the crowd, and you know that's the first priority really, that everyone enjoys the snooker, including us. So. You know, I think that was a bit harsh on him there, the crowd, to be honest with you. But, you know, for me, I'm just pleased to just be competing. And like I said, my main goal is just to come out here and try and enjoy it, play with freedom. And if I win, I win. If I don't, I don't. But, you know, it's just a game, and it's just nice to still be playing.
Well, listen, you're playing at times in the form of your life now. At times. But listen, you know, you talk about champagne snooker and entertaining the crowd, but we enjoy, as much as anything, a drama, and we saw that tonight. And that penultimate frame, you must have thought that the tournament was away.
Glad you enjoyed it, because I didn't. Do you know what I mean? That's like, you know, it's hard out there. Like Kyren said, there's a lot of pressure there, and, you know, it was tough, you know, but it's a great venue, great tournament, great crowd, you know, 16 of the best in the world, you know, this is what you get up for. So, you know, just great to be part of it, and, you know, if everyone's enjoyed it, then great, you know. I've kind of enjoyed it, and so has Kyren, you know, because we want to perform and play the best we can, but sometimes it's just about doing your best, and we both done our best today, and, you know, I was lucky today. He should have won that, really. That double there, I got away with it.
Well, that was your reprieve, but then you finished it out. You're back on the trophy. That means you're definitely here next year as well.
Yeah, great. Well, I was here anyway because I won Shanghai. So.
Of course, there you go, there you go.
So I didn't need to win this, but I'll take it as well.
And we'll no doubt see you winning more this year, but off to Northern Ireland tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm not really looking forward to that, to be honest with you. Now, you really want 3 or 4 days off just to let it sink in. So, you know, I'll probably get a flight out there Tuesday morning and just and go through the grind of that tournament, I suppose. That's the best way I can explain it. And then have a week off after that, or 9-10 days, and then just get ready for the UK, I suppose. But yeah, great. I love this tournament. You know, I love all your ITV events are class. So you know, it's great to be a part of these events.
Well, we love having you. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Our champion of champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Give it to him!